in silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Which Pokemon? Jesus Christ, Stan, you're so late. Alright. Let's see. Yesterday I left off, I was gonna do a mission, but then I got the phone call about my car, and then I walked 3.5 miles and picked up my car. And it was great. Now my car is fixed. Oh, let's do that. Let's hit that button. Let's get the PNG tuber back. Okay, so I was doing Proxy War Without End, is what I was doing. Let's see. Accept the mission. I need S rank, so. S rank. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Just go. Just do it. Just go. Let's see. Aw, man, the button to do my lights isn't working. How could this happen?
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take it lightly.
How did that happen?
Boss, I have a
It's almost as if I had to reset my router yesterday.
targets are now on the move.
This mission is very obnoxious.
Check your map.
Fuck nuts. Okay. I'm gonna park.
Careful down there, boss.
Right, a little bit straight. Park and then hide behind a rock and we'll call it pretty good. So this strategy really just needs better spacing. So I'm gonna actually park further down the road. Probably about here. Oh shit, they're already here. So that'll get the first one, and then I need to get the second truck first. Maybe. I don't know, I'll figure it out.
Check your iDroid for the
Alright,
details.
that's fine. I guess.
He's coming too. Roger that.
It worked. Oh wait, where to now? Oh, way the fuck over here. Oh boy.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh, hi. This isn't gonna work. Oh my god, it worked.
Nice work, boss.
What?
Targets are almost history.
That's not right. I don't know what's gonna happen with that, but with that tank. Where's it coming from?
Clouds approaching.
This way. Right?
Subject on board.
Nope.
Take the
Fucking
rest,
wrong.
boss.
Way this way. Which road? Oh my god, it's actually so far away.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh, is it just... It's just sitting. It's sitting still. Okay. DD, you would tell me if there's enemies nearby, right? Yeah. DD would tell me.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Just one target left.
And it's a helicopter, right? Yep. So... helicopter,
He's coming
first of
too.
all, first and
Roger
foremost.
that.
Good to know.
Please select a drop point.
I will bring...
Please select a drop point. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Guard post captured.
Guard post captured. Wait a minute. Why is that helicopter near the ground? Hey, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Oh my god, it missed. Because he saw me. Okay, well anyway, now that I know there's a helicopter, I can bring a rocket launcher.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
However, that worked.
Deploying.
Which is good. Wait a minute. My router? My router fucked? Nope.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details.
Listen to the tape.
Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
I'm also eating food. By the way. This is the right way, right? Yep. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Holy shit, they started blasting. Oh, what? Just fucking just ran right through. Hey.
Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
That worked last time. What the fuck?
Extraction.
Come on,
arrived.
man.
Mother base.
I hate this fucking menu thing. I got scammed. Yet again. How could this happen?
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map. Be careful down there, boss.
All right. You're pretty good. Uh-oh. Why is he backing up?
Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
Okay. You're pretty good.
Roger that.
It's so stupid.
Extraction arrived at Mother base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh, what? This one's coming from a different direction. That's not on the map. What?
Boss, come in. Boss?
What? I didn't go into alert mode. He saw me through a rock, shot me, killed me through a rock. Fuck, not continue from checkpoint. Jesus Christ.
The CFA are
No,
assembling
no, 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 no. Shut up. Pause, I don't want to hear it. What the fuck is this game?
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map. Be careful down there, boss.
Get in the goddamn.
Check your iDroid for the details.
I don't think there's any way for them to not destroy the vehicle.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
Cool.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Clouds approaching. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay, well, there's the helicopter.
Just one target left.
Get him!
How far away do I have to be? Because it's going to land there. So can I be on this mountain far away? And have it work? Also, is this the rocket launcher with the most damage? It is not. So since this particular helicopter comes over and parks for 1 second, I should probably get that one, right? Take it down in one shot instead of possibly 2 or more shots.
That's an enemy gunship.
You don't say.
Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Okay, so it immediately sees me, first of all. But it does take it down in one shot.
Flawless work. You never cease to amaze,
Extraction
boss.
arrived at the base. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there.
Flashbang.
Exfiltrated hot
That's it.
zone.
You've made it out of the hot zone.
What? No, I didn't want to go by foot.
Mission complete, boss.
Ah. I was looking for the blueprint that the helicopter drops. Man, what the fuck? Also, I...
Mission complete, and how?
Oh, I did get
You're
S
gonna
rank.
tell stories
Oh,
about
phew, thank God. That is very lucky. However, okay, now to do that mission,
Please select
Again.
a mission.
but get the other things. Okay.
Mission accepted.
So wait, what mission
Mission
number
not
is this?
accepted.
41. Okay.
Mission accepted.
What's the name of this? Proxy War Without End. Okay. Proxy War Without End. Mission tasks. In the western part of the airport. We recognize him by the red beret. Okay. I need to go to the airport. Great. Paste. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, and he has a red beret. Good to know. equipment, primary weapons. I'm gonna try and do this one so it'll just explode in place. Hopefully. Primary weapons. Well, I don't need S rank, so this is fine. Actually, wait. Infinity bandana, and then have the stealth camo. Great. Do it. Take a sip of my hot chocolate. Mm. Good stuff. Okay, so he's got a red beret and he's in the airport. And the diamonds are right near him. That's fine.
CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The
Okay,
targets
anyway,
are now
I'm
on
driving
the
to
move.
the airport. I'm
I've
going
sent their
to
predicted
this
route to your
building.
Android. Check your map.
Boss, check the map for the intel file.
Be careful down there, boss.
Alright. Oh, I don't have the mines on this loadout. Okay.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty
I have infinite of these.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. They'll stop, right? This one will.
Boss, we have new targets.
Updated.
Check your iDroid for the details.
You're pretty good.
Yes. Well, whatever.
You're pretty good.
Structure of
That's the
enemy
way.
presence detected. Remote system updated.
Excuse me, goat.
Enemy presence detected. Remote system updated.
Where's Dee Dee? Oops. Wow, I hit the one rock in all of this field. That's pretty good.
Enemy presence detected. Remote system updated.
Now I think I can just burst right through this fence. Yeah. Yeah, I can get there. First do this one. Or not, but hey, you know what? That's fine.
Analysis complete.
Ouch. Okay, so he's wearing a red beret. Probably that guy right there, 85 meters. Heavy. Nope, it's not. And he's also the only guy.
You have arrived at your destination.
Supposed to be diamonds in here somewhere. When you look at the picture. They're not here. Excuse me, let me reload. Way up there. Whoops. Red beret, huh? Whoa. Aimbot much, huh? Neither of these guys have a red beret.
Caution, rain approaching.
You gotta extract him.
Heavy. Well, the bright side is that it hasn't said outpost captured yet,
Roger that.
I guess. There's still a guy around here somewhere.
You gotta extract him. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh, I thought I could take. Okay, I thought that was a fence, and I thought I could take it down.
That's an enemy gunship.
Analysis complete.
Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Wait a minute, what are the tanks doing here?
You gonna extract him?
Analysis complete.
Ooh, is this gonna land? Wait. After riding the gunship, the commander will be in one of the buildings. Oh, so the commander is in the gunship. So I need to not take out the gunship. Okay, I understand. I understand the assignment. So he's gonna ride the gunship. He's gonna land somewhere.
Analysis complete. Marker placed.
That's fine.
Nice work, boss. Target's
Uh-oh.
almost history.
Hunt.
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
They didn't care.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Eight. Alright, anyway, the gunship will come here. That's what I'm waiting on. Oh wait. Yeah.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I love when that happens. You fucking knock him down with the door.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Alright, who else is here?
You gonna extract him?
Oh, I forgot the guy.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Great. so I gotta go back and get the diamond.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Caution, rain approaching.
Things. Okay. I really wish I could take out the fence. That'd be helpful. Whoops. Okay, so I know that the tank will be here first.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
Ooh, hiccups. Giddy, get out of there. You're gonna be shot. Alright, so the tank is dead. Oh, no, it's not. Thought it was. Oh, that's a strong tank, dude. That's 4 rockets. Okay. Now, I doubt that the helicopter will land now, but honestly, that's kind of fine.
Marker placed.
So I'll let it patrol a little bit, see if it does indeed come back and come down. But I'm also going to place a marker on it like that so that when I do take it down, I'll have an easier time finding the location where it falls, where it crashes. Bring out your dead. Okay. You coming down? He's coming down. Booyah, baby. Oh my god, he's gonna hit a bird. Alright, that tank is too far away to be a problem.
Marker placed.
Alright, I'll wait for him to be gone. To be out of crash distance. I missed. my god. Okay, so I'm gonna watch, and once it disappears, I'm gonna mark it right near that, right near that. What a landing!
You have arrived at your destination.
Excuse me.
He's coming too. Roger that.
All right, flashbang.
Caution.
Beyond there is an
Yep,
outside
right here.
mission area.
Oh, but
You are about to
it's
leave
right
the
here.
mission area.
Okay, great.
Caution. You are about to leave the mission area.
Fuck your mission area. Why did it have to land outside of the mission area then? Alright, now I just destroy this tank and I get the fuck out of here. Speaking of getting the fuck out of here, there are material crates in there that I can go and get. Right? Probably. I'll take one of the cheaper ones first. Is it parked or is it moving? It's parked. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on, let me answer this. Alrighty, good phone call. Good phone call. Sorry about that. Insurance and medical, diabetes, and everything like that. Okay. Good phone call. Good phone call. We take those. I also let my cat into my bedroom, and he is being a fucking sassy asshole at the moment. He's meowing like crazy. And he's angry. He's mad at the world.
Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there.
Mission info outpost captured.
What? There's no material crates right here? Oh, they're over here. Woof. Yay.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What the fuck? There's so many items.
All right. Mission
Oh my
complete,
God.
boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll break a sweat next time. 8 goddamn gerbils. Damn it. All right. Why is this? Oh. Do that every time. Clear all those little notification bubble things.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Whoops. Okay.
Staff assigned. Weather will clear shortly. Please select a
Oof,
mission.
crack my back. All right, so that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missions left. Okay. I'm gonna save Saho. Oh my god, how do you say this? Sahelanthropus. For last, for getting the platinum trophy. So in the meantime, I need to figure out which animals I need left. So let's see. Okay, whichever one is under the rainbow agama. Alright, Metal Gear. Wait, hold on. There's probably. Oh my god, I've got dust and cat hair all over my mouse pad. How could this happen? Let's see. I've completed all wild animals. Okay. Okay, here's the video. Oh, are these in order? They are in order. Awesome. Okay, so I need the one underneath the rainbow agama. Rainbow agama. Here, I'll show this on display. underneath the rainbow. Oh wait, it should say underneath here, right? Rainbow. Control F. Rainbow. Okay, so it's a chameleon. 2210. Okay, so it's underneath the airport. Capture cage, area, Africa, time of day and night. Oh my god, it matters that much? Day and night? Oh my god. Okay. Holy hell. No wonder I'm missing a whole ton of these. Can I free roam?
Please select a mission.
Damn it. How do I get into free roam? Oh man, there used to, I know that there's a button somewhere to do it.
Please select a mission.
Free roam right here. Okay. Africa
Mission accepted.
and right here. Let's fix our loadouts first of all. I definitely don't need a sleep grenade. Okay. Alright, capture cage, commence mission, and it says day and night, so I'll just go at nighttime. Oof. Stretch, crack my back a good amount. While I fly in. Oof. Good stuff. Whoever invented hot chocolate is amazing. That shit's good. I'm gonna start playing music. Now that I'm sort of doing not missions at the moment. Okay.
Roger.
Quad, get back here.
This is B-Quad.
Hopefully I get it.
Shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Oh.
Good. You captured it alive.
Yeah.
Pretty rare animal you caught.
Cool, I got it. And 3 gerbils. And a snake. Cool, first try. Holy shit. Oh boy, I feel a sneeze coming along. Goodness me. Okay. And then after the bat... Hey! Fuck, alright. The second one came out of nowhere. Okay, this one's also Africa.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Deploying.
Day and night. Where am I landing?
The map has been updated.
Where am I landing exactly?
Marker placed.
Be careful down there, boss.
Roger.
Look at these guys.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. We'll
I'll
stand
extract them
by.
anyway.
Support helicopter has arrived. You have arrived. at
Is
your
this gonna go by the
destination.
tree? Where's this guy go?
Good dog.
Yeah, in between these 2 trees. But actually, like, right next to this tree. Flashbang.
Gaining altitude.
Please select a mission.
Departing.
Got it.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Look, it says right there, Rock Hines.
Good. captured it alive.
Oh, look at that! I got 2 of
Pretty
them.
rare animal you caught.
All right, 4 more animals. So underneath Sand Cat is a Carkle. Or Caracal? It's a capture cage. Okay, and it's in Afghanistan. Super rare. Ooh. Yeah, right here. Super rare. Ooh, I got a challenge task. Huh? Wait, what? What was the trophy? Deployment. Yeah, that's not it.
Please select a mission.
Alright,
Mission
Afghanistan.
accepted.
Which area do I go? Over here.
Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
Cool. With science. So pretty much just actually as soon as I land. This one's day and night.
Be careful down there, boss. Roger. Gaining altitude.
What a very strange way to spend 70,000 GMP. Yep, there it is. Caracal. Caracal? Whatever. Wow, I got all 8 of them.
Caracal. It's a
Caracal.
predator of the Felidae family that lives in deserts and hilly terrain. Cute, but completely lacking the nobility of an ocelot.
That's really funny. Okay. Okay, after the civet, marsh mongoose in Africa, capture cage, and day and night. And it's okay.
Please select a mission.
Oops, that's Afghanistan. Africa.
Mission accepted.
Okay, the abandoned village is over there. Oh shit, it is. Well, it's right there, but I'll land
Heading to
here.
Central Africa.
And it's day and night, so it doesn't matter. So I'll go at nighttime. Because I like nighttime. Okay, and it's like around
Target
here.
placed.
Be careful down there, boss.
So let's see. He kind of does it in the water.
Clouds approaching.
Roger.
Yeah, just put that crow in my pocket. Nothing wrong with that. Just pick up the bird.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Alright, let's hope I get it. So far, all these have been first try.
Gaining altitude.
Maybe the placement does matter. The location.
Departing.
Nice.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
All 8.
That's a marsh mongoose.
No way.
Mongoose are widely known as snake eaters.
Oh,
Careful
really?
one of them doesn't get you too, Snake.
Pretty good. I think I've got like 1 or 2 more. No, we don't. Database. Yeah, 2 more. Okay, so both of these are super rare since after the red fox. So it's the Blandford's fox and a honey badger. All right, capture cage, Afghanistan. Oh, wait. And then this other one is also in Afghanistan. Okay. Oh, is that the Tsuchinoko? Tsuchinoko?
Please select a mission.
That'd be crazy if it was.
Accepted.
Okay. So where am I landing for this? After the ruins. Oh, fuck. It's right inside this side mission area. Heavy infantry? Yeah, I can do that.
Afghanistan.
All I know is that to me, you like you're lots of fun. This is day and night.
Deploying.
Sorry, replying to a text message. Oh my god, I'm almost out of hot chocolate. I can go make more though. Alright, heavy infantry.
Please select a mission.
Alright, and then the specific spot that I'm going to is... right
Marker
here.
placed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Heavy infantry.
Analysis complete.
No way. Well, there's only 3 guys.
Analysis complete.
That guy's worthless.
Analysis complete.
This guy's good. Didi, get out of here.
Updated.
Subject on board.
Side op.
Leave the rest to us.
List updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I thought it would have been like way more guys.
Roger.
after this fox, it'll be one more animal. Flashbang, by the way. Gonna look for some plants. Nothing.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly
Miss.
at LZ.
Miss.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Support helicopter has arrived.
They're gonna land? What the hell?
Gaining altitude.
Okay. And one more animal, the honey badger.
Departing.
Only come out at night.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Uh-oh.
Good. You captured it alive.
4 gerbils. And 4 bats. Well, go again. I knew it'd be too good to be true. It is super rare, to be fair.
Please select a mission.
Super rare.
Mission accepted.
Not the barracks, but the ruins. Yeah, right here. Right, day or nighttime.
Deploying. Marker placed.
It's in between the 2 trees. I lied. It's not in between the 2 trees.
Be careful down there, boss.
What the fuck? There's their helicopter over there.
Enemy presence detected.
Roger.
The map has been updated.
This is Pequod.
I'm not fighting that thing.
Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Okay, so like right about here. By these rocks. Gloria. All right, fingers crossed. Oh. Every time I interact with my desk, the vibration picks up on the microphone, and I hate it. It's awful. Damn it, 5 bats. Yes, we got it.
Blandford's fox.
Nice.
Foxes spend most of their time alone, but they'll keep the same mate. They say in the case of Blandford's foxes, it's for life. I can't see the sense in it myself.
Yeah? Practicing a bit of polyamory there, Ocelot? Hmm? Interesting. Alright, one more animal. Honey badger. Honey badger, don't give a damn. Okay, let's see. Where in... Okay, so this one is showing Africa. By...
Mission accepted.
right up here.
Heading to Central Africa.
Right?
Clouds.
Let me
approaching.
just confirm that that's the spot.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
Yep.
Heading to Central Africa. Deploying.
Good song. Alright, fingers crossed that I get it first try. Gotta like estimate where,
Marker placed.
like right about there.
Be careful down there, boss. Roger. This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Thanks.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Yeah, it's like
You
right
have
about here.
arrived at your destination.
Yeah, it does it right next to these flowers. All right, fingers crossed.
Departing.
Yes, let's go.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Nice. What was that, silver?
You caught a honey badger.
I
It
caught
may
8 of
look
them.
funny, but it's got one fearless temperament. It attacks beehives and steals their honey, and will even snatch a lion's kill out from under it. It has resistance to cobra venom, not to mention skin so thick even a lion can't bite through it.
Wow.
You might call it Africa's ultimate predator.
Holy shit. Holy shit, what a good song. Cool. And it's known to fight even lions at times. Holy shit. That's crazy. Alright, do I have all the blueprints? Yep. Key items. Okay, it looks like I'm missing 3. Star of Bethlehem? What the fuck? Fun fact, these flowers are white lilies. They're my favorite. Because of Metal Gear Solid 3. Alright. Good trophy. Okay. Key items. Contain all key items. What is this? It's a video? Is this in order? I'm gonna get rid of the PNG tube thing. It has children's reward, key item, and then the first one here is children's reward. So I think it's in order. In that case, okay, so get S rank in all story missions, excluding hard difficulty missions. Standard. Okay, I have the standard one. Elite is get S rank in all hard. Oh, okay. Wait, Grandmaster. Oh, wait, I have the Grandmaster one. Wait, what? What? Master certificate box? Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh, shitballs. Okay, so I have the standard certificate. Master certificate. Why isn't this shit in, order? It's not in order. Master Certificate Standard. Great, that's the one I have. And then I'm missing these 3. Okay, so finish all main missions with S rank. Yep. Complete all missions on any high difficulty levels. Yep. Complete all missions on high difficulty levels, extreme, substance, and total stealth with S rank. Okay, so that will just happen once I finish the last mission then. Okay, so I don't need to worry about the key items. Good to know. That'll just happen. Okay, so in that case, what trophy's next? Mission tasks, S rank, all missions, and okay, so I just now it's just mission time. All right, cool, great. What?
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a
Cool.
mission.
All right, so done. Done. A quiet exit. Yeah. Okay, so E rank. Yeah. Okay. Let me stretch a little bit before we fucking get back to grinding this bullshit. Oh my god. Crack my back a whole bunch. Right. So this is mission 45, needs to be S rank. Whoops. I need to okay, I need S rank first of all. Okay. S rank. Which really just has to do with speed. So let's get rid of the infinity bandana. And I'm fighting tanks. So let's get battle dress. We don't take high damage. We're fighting tanks, so let's do high damage. A stun grenade? Holy shit, wait, what? Yeah, let's try. Alright, S rank, S rank, S rank.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there.
Make your way there.
They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it's time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites. The English strain, to be precise.
The third English pair.
Skullface was using her as a vector. An ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed.
I knew it.
But Quiet chose not to speak. She told me the situation in Nene, Navajo. The only language to which the parasites do not react. If you found out, she could not remain among you. And yet, she refused the Wolbachia treatment. Why? Because part of her still wanted revenge. Against you.
Revenge against the boss.
In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
And
That's
why
crazy.
She took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord parasites are the last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it. Boss, the targets are Quiet and the English strain she's carrying.
Oops, sorry.
Your
Flashbang.
objective is to extract her. But if worst comes to worst, she may have to be a...
And we'll pause for now. Oh yeah, no, this is a little upsetting. I forget. Yeah, never mind. We skip this cutscene because it gets violent. Not the good kind.
You're surrounded.
Has been
There's no
detected.
escape. You and
I
Quiet
took
will have to
damage.
take him out.
Mission info has been updated.
Alright, can't let Quiet take damage. What the fuck? It's still going? Oh my god, it took all 7 rockets? What the fuck?
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self. Reinforcements. There they come.
Hold on, sir.
Fire at will.
Yeah, fire at will. Quiet. Ouch. Yeah, that cutscene gets a little bit sexual assaulty, which isn't good. I'd rather not watch that.
Are you ready? If you have mines, boss, now's the time to plant them. Try to predict the enemy's route.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Oh, fuck me. I thought that the guys were going to be closer than this. So I didn't...
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
I can't see him. Alright, quiet. Don't take damage now. I don't think I'm getting S rank, first of all.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. The map has been updated.
Taking 12 hits, dude.
The enemy's almost finished. You can do this, boss.
Supplies requested.
Oh my god.
Complete.
Fuck off. That's gonna explode right next to me. Hit. Hit.
Gunship. A single burst from his machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Enemy presence detected.
I don't know what to do.
No sign of reinforcement. Almost done.
I don't know what to do. There's just a billion of them. Yeah.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake? Snake!
Please select a mission.
First of all, there's stun submachine gun. Awesome.
Deploying.
Second, I'm thirsty. Get my water. Get my water ready. Oh, from the other side of my room.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Tate Palace. She's being held at Lamar Hot Tate Palace. Make your way there. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. Why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it's time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites. The English strain, to be
Please
precise.
select a mission.
The third English pair.
Skullface was using her as a vector. An ace.
So this says Warhead specific large caliber recoilless fire, customized fire specialized warheads. And then it says FBMR R rocket launcher Fulton. FLTN. So is this a Fulton rocket launcher or what? Like, how does this work? What is this?
To which the parasites do not react. If you found
This is a Fulton rocket launcher.
remain among you,
I fucking
use the Wolbach
hope that it works on people. Like what?
because
Like, why would this say Fulton?
wanted revenge against you.
Revenge against the boss.
In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her.
Here, I'll test it on this bird.
What might happen?
And that's why she took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord parasites are the last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it. Boss, the targets are quiet and the English strain she's carrying. Your objective is to extract her. But if worst comes to worst, she may have to be eliminated. Both her
The map has
and the
been
parasites.
updated.
We don't know for sure what
Supplies
Quiet's up to,
requested.
but we need to secure her
Supply drop
ASAP.
complete.
She's being held
Well,
at
it didn't
Lamar
Fulton
Hot
them.
Tate Palace. Make
But
your
maybe it
way
just
there.
isn't Fulton animals?
You're surrounded. There's no escape. You and Quiet will have to
Has
take
been
him out.
updated. Mission info has been updated.
Take out the tanks. What the fuck? Dude, what? Out of ammo. Oh, I'm so glad.
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self.
Can I get cover in the building? I want protection.
Reinforcements. There they come.
I'm still taking hits. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Enemy presence detected. The map
Dude, this guy's got fucking sniper aim, dude.
Enemy to your left.
Presence detected. The map has been updated.
What do I do?
Boss, you need to secure the area first.
Oh my god. Okay, did that Fulton that guy, or did it just stun him?
Enemy presence
Nothing. He's just stunned. Okay, so this is useless. It was a waste of time entirely.
supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Entirely. Complete waste of time. Oh.
Please select a mission.
You can deploy a buddy from the ACC before a mission or from your iDroid. Think carefully about the mission's objectives before deciding who you better take along. If you develop specialized equipment for them, they'll be able to help you out in even more situations.
Please select a mission.
Huh? Did I not hit save? Fuck.
When you want to begin a mission, open your iDroid and select it from the mission list. I sent a list of selectable missions to your iDroid. They're all jobs that only you can handle.
Please select a mission.
Well, I guess this doesn't matter because what if I have a tank? Hmm? Okay, so first of all, he uses the Grom 11. And then he hides. He's not even wearing battle dress. Just shoots them. Crawls away. And just shoots. Okay, well, I mean, he has quiet killing people for him. Wait. You can't leave this little area. Oh my god. No reflex, no enemy combat alerts. This is in 15 minutes. He doesn't even get a no retry bonus. But he does kill. He takes 71 hits. And he still gets S rank. Neutralizations? But he kills. Okay. Huh. Okay, good to know that I can take 71 hits and still succeed. That's good to know.
Deploying.
Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Oof. As this flies in.
We've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there. We lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites. The English strain, to be precise.
The third English pair.
Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed.
I knew it.
But Quiet chose not to speak. She told me the situation in Navajo, the only language to which the parasites do not react. If you found out, she could not remain among you, and yet she refused the Wolbachia treatment. Why? Because part of her still wanted revenge against you.
Revenge against the boss.
In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
And that's why she took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord parasites are the last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it. Boss, the targets are Quiet and the English strain she's carrying. Your objective is to extract her. But if worst comes to worst, she may have to be eliminated. Both her and the parasites. We don't know for sure what Quiet's up to, but we need to secure her ASAP. She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there.
My bad. Took a restroom break, and then also the cats were out of water, and then also the wood stove went out. So I restarted the wood stove. Got that going.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. She's being held
All right.
at Lamar Khatte Palace.
Yeah, my bad.
Make your way there. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. Why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time you knew. Quiet was carrying
Please select a mission.
parasites. The English strain,
Unit
to be
dispatched.
precise. The third English pair. Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed. I knew it, but Quiet chose not to speak. She told me the situation in Navajo, the only language to which the parasites do
select a
not
mission.
react. If you found out, she could not remain among you, and yet she refused.
I think if I have to restart the mission again, I'm gonna
Why? Because part of her still
take a
wanted
car.
revenge against you. Revenge against the boss. In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
And that's why she took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord parasites are the last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it. Boss,
Map has been
targets are
updated.
quiet, and the English...
Alright, I can take 71 hits. 71 and 15 minutes of time.
You're surrounded.
And I can absolutely kill.
You and Quiet will have to take them out.
Mission info is updated.
Oh my fucking god. Wait, this one's still alive?
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self. Reinforcements. There they come. Begin cover fire.
Missed. That's a miss. Quiet, don't move there.
Supplies
Missed.
Supply drop complete.
Enemy to your left.
Whoa.
Are you ready?
Bitch, where?
Supplies requested. Supply drop. Enemy detected. Nomad has been
Flashbang,
detected.
because I can't see these fucking guys.
You have arrived at your destination.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Yeah, let's do a little skateboard trick.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Enemy inbound from the left.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Hold up, boss. You need to secure the area first.
Detected. The map has been updated.
More coming.
Supplies requested. Enemy presence detected. Supply drop complete.
Enemy's almost finished. You can do this, boss.
Do this. Come on, man.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Ugh. This battle dress is useless. What's the point of armor if it doesn't work? Really mad.
Please select a mission. Deploying.
My door is very loud. My door squeaks. My cat is angry. Because it's cold outside. And she's like, oh my god, I want to go outside, but it's cold out there. Steven, do something about it. Change the weather. Change the climate.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found.
Steven, it's your
Quiet
fault
was
that it's
grabbed by the
snowing outside.
Soviets and moved to Lamar
Mm,
Khatte
yep,
Palace.
I agree.
She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. Why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time
These things are useless.
English strain, to be precise. The third English pair. Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed. I knew it, but White chose not to speak. She told me the situation in Navajo, the only language to which the parasites do not react. If you found out, she could not remain among you, and yet she refused to walk your treatment. Why? Because part of her still wanted revenge against you. Revenge against the boss. In order to stay here.
What the fuck just happened? Why am I off the road now?
Eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
And that's why she took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord parasites are the last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it. Boss, the targets are quiet and the English strain she's carrying. Your objective is to extract her. But if worse...
Let's hope this works. Where's my tank? All the fucking way over here.
You're surrounded. There's no escape.
The map
You
has
and
been
Quiet will have to
updated.
take them out.
Mission info has been updated.
Ouch, you fucking asshole.
Quiet's able to fight. Back to her old self. Reinforcements. There they come.
Whoops, I might have missed on that one. What? That missed too? There we go. Direct hit. Oh, come on. Well, you know what? I got a few with it. Yep, I know, I know.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Holy shit.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map
Oh my god, it's fucking beaming me down.
requested. Supply drop complete. Enemy presence detected.
Fire.
The map has been updated.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Alright, I just got 3 text messages all at once. Who's shooting me?
On the left.
The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
More coming.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Ugh. First of all, this thing zooms.
Using yourself as a decoy to draw the enemy away from you.
Well, she took damage, so that's that fucking mission task. Can't, failed.
Has been updated.
Come on.
Airborne enemy approaching. Look out.
No way, really? Miss. That's gonna crash on Quiet. Quiet, get out of there.
Almost done.
I fucking missed again.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh my god. What are you doing?
The map has been updated.
Do you copy? Boss, do you know where the landing zone is? Head for the LZ. Another mechanized unit is approaching your area.
Enemy presence
Watch out.
detected.
Don't let
The
them
map
find
has
you.
been updated.
Boss!
Mission info has been updated.
Going the right way.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Just hug the wall, hug the cliff. Alright, well, hey, S rank. 11 minutes and not 71 hits. Great. Excellent. Perfect.
Boss. Boss.
Vengeance was what drove me to them. The only language left to me, revenge. But the words we shared, no, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead, and go back to silence. I am quiet. I am the absence of words.
Fringe. Hi, Prisma. Just gives a very heartfelt speech, and she's got like a mission and everything, and just yell at her. Cringe.
Please select a mission.
All right. Not to do it without, well, extracting 7 tanks and 7 armored vehicles. Hopefully this works. I don't know. How are you, mate? Welcome in. I'm damn near close to, platinum trophy. I'm thinking. I need to get rid of, whoops. I can get rid of that, but I need camo.
Deploying.
Or quiet. She can't speak English. Okay. I'll take my tank in. Just for driving faster, I guess. But I need to extract all of the
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport route you found.
things.
Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there.
Yammies.
They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she
And
parasites. The English strain, to be precise. Third English pair. Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed. I knew it, but
combat missions. I don't even know what this stuff does, but I keep
Please
doing it.
select a mission.
the situation in Dene.
Unit dispatched.
Navajo,
Unit
only
dispatched.
language to which the
Unit
power
There we go.
dispatched.
does not react. If you found out, she would not remain
Alright.
immortal. And yet, she refused to mock your treatment. Why?
I'm pretty sure this thing is faster than running.
Because part of her still wanted
It's probably the same
revenge
speed, to be honest.
against you. Revenge against the boss. In order
Nope,
to
this is definitely
stay
faster.
here,
Once
she
once you
took
get to
a
top
vow
speed.
of eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
And that's why she took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free.
And cutscene. Taking a long time to load. Oops. Skip. There's like iframes. Oh, come on, that's fine.
There's no escape. You and Quiet will have to take him out.
Alright, Quiet, you're gonna have to fucking sacrifice. And whoa, 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 whoa. Stop aiming at me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They can see me while I'm invisible? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. What?
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Huh. Well, if they can see me while I'm invisible... I need the battle dress. Huh. That's
Please
stupid.
select a mission.
What the hell? Wait. How does this shit work? Really? Whoa. What if I do... Oh, but then I won't get Infinity Bandana. Alright. And if that didn't work, then let's do the mine as well. Yeah. Let's do that, because that'll at least help with like a few locations for getting the tanks. Because like a few come from the left, and one of them takes the road to the right, but the rest of them are out in the open. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't even need the rocket launcher.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace.
At all.
She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time you knew. Quiet was carrying
Please select a
the
drop point.
parasites. The English strain, to be precise. pair. Scarface was using her as a
Okay.
vector.
So if I get the sniper rifle,
The whole of his assassination plan failed. I knew
I'll
it.
just shoot all the guys.
White chose not to speak. She told me the situation in
Where's Dee Dee?
Navajo. The
Dee Dee.
only language to which the parasites do not react. If you found out, she could not remain
Dee Dee's gone.
you. And yet, she refused
Oops.
to mock your treatment. Why?
Oops.
Because part of her still wanted revenge. Against you. Revenge against the boss. In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then,
Can I run into
the
this?
sudden mutation showed this was not enough.
Oh. What? That's crazy. That's how was I supposed to know that was gonna happen?
What might happen?
And
Please
that's why she
select
took off.
supplies.
How was I supposed to know it was gonna delete the weapon from existence?
Complete.
Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord
That's
parasites are the
unlucky.
last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it. Boss, the targets are quiet and the English strain she's carrying. Your objective is to extract her. But if worst comes to worst, she may have to be eliminated. Both her and the parasites. We don't know for sure what Quiet's up to, but we need to secure her ASAP. She's being held at Lamar Hate Palace. Make your way there.
I could have sworn there used to be like a button to honk the vehicle, but maybe that's just on PC. Okay.
Has been
There's no escape.
Yeah, I sure am surrounded.
Quiet will have to take 'em out.
Quiet, you're gonna have to take a lot of damage.
has been updated.
And I need my sniper rifle back. Hey, can I have my sniper back? Thank you. Cover me.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Flat. Flat. Ouch. How am I supposed to extract all these fucking guys? Alright, one.
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self.
Yeah, Quiet is in fact able to fight. But like this tank won't get any closer. Like that is where it is. You know. Oh, you can stop driving now. What? Why is it on fire? Why did it explode? What the fuck? Well, what the fuck? I didn't even shoot it. Dude, what the fuck? Would the engine overheat? Oh my fucking god.
No escape. You and
Yeah,
Quiet
I know
will have
there's
to
no
take 'em
escape.
out.
Mission info has been updated.
Fuck. Nah, he still sees me.
Quiet's able to
Alright,
fight.
one.
She's back to her old self.
Alright, flashbang. Look, this tank is kind of smoking already. Look at this. What the fuck? Why? What the hell?
You're surrounded.
No
There's
shit, I'm
escape.
surrounded.
You and Quiet will have to take him out.
Mission info has been
Okay, well, what's the fucking path of travel here? Is it this? Like, what? What do I do against that? There's no point in going invisible.
enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Excuse me. Look, this tank is smoking too. Why can't I stand up and run? There's nothing I can do.
You're surrounded. There's no escape. You and Quiet will have to take him out.
Mission info has been updated.
Hold on, excuse me. Oh my god, it got me? Are you serious?
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self.
Where am I? Look at that. That tank is about to die. Like, what do I do? Like, why?
There they come.
Who told her to shoot? Are the other tanks shooting?
You're surrounded. There's no escape.
Are they shooting their own
Quiet will
tanks?
have to take him out.
That guy's
Mission
dead.
info has been updated.
Cease cover. Oops. Alright, quiet. Stand down. Don't shoot.
Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated.
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self.
He's not gonna run. He's not gonna drive over one of these. He did. What? Get up.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been
The ratio is 2 and 1. I'm so fucked.
Roger that. Enemy to your left.
updated.
Dude, he's hitting me through a rock.
Hold up, boss. Secure the area first.
Dude, he's hitting me through a mountain.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake?
Hmm. I'm thinking. I already have S rank. Yeah.
You're surrounded. There's no escape. You and Quiet will have to take him out.
See if that fucking does anything.
Mission info has been updated.
Don't look at me. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Activating stealth.
There we go, chicken hat.
You're surrounded. There's no escape. You and
Doesn't matter,
Quiet will
they
have to take him
still
out.
see me instantly.
Mission info has been updated. Enemy presence detected.
Dude, he sees me instant. What? I don't understand. What does the chicken hat achieve? It does nothing.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Where the fuck?
Reinforcements. There they come.
Enemy equipment detected. Map has been updated.
What a miss.
Enemy equipment detected. Map has been updated.
He's coming too. Roger that. Enemy to your left.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
I don't know what numbers I'm at.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Enemy dead ahead.
Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Dude, come on. This is
Snake, are you
ridiculous.
okay? Snake!
I already have the chicken hat. Why did it just ask me? Oh, it's got a different chicken hat.
You're surrounded. There's no escape. You and Quiet will have to take them out.
Mission info has been updated.
Stand down!
Enemy equipment detected. Map has been updated.
Quiet's able to fight. She's back to her old self.
I don't care if she can fight. I don't want her to.
Enemy equipment detected.
Oh, come on.
Reinforcements. There they come. Where are you going?
Where are you going?
She's ready to fight.
You are about to meet the mission.
Where are you going?
Enemy
Stay
equipment
with Quiet. She's ready to fight.
Hit one, please.
Extract him.
I don't know where he's shooting.
Enemy to your left.
What the?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Whoa, hey, whoa, don't be shooting each other now. guess I'm fine.
He's coming too. Roger that.
You have arrived at your destination.
I hate the snipers. Snipers are stupid. Look at that guy. Look at it. Look at that guy's aim with an assault rifle.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let him get close.
Why it still hasn't taken any damage quite yet. Oh.
Boss, reinforcements are
Extraction
approaching.
arrived at
Get ready while you have the time. If you have mines, boss, now is the time to plant them. Try to predict the enemy's route.
Supplies requested. Supply drop
Enemy in
complete.
front. Take him out.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Kidding me?
Hold up, boss. You need to secure the area first.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Enemy strike hit. He's coming too. Roger that.
You have arrived at your destination.
I can't remember if I put mines over here on the left. It looks like I did not.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
Wow, they outsmarted me.
Get to cover and watch the enemy. There's more coming. You gotta extract him.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Ouch, ouch. Oh, fuck.
The enemy's almost there.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been Enemy
Oh, fuck, I forgot a helicopter.
Airborne enemy approaching. Look out!
Dude, I forgot about the helicopter. Holy shit. Bunkers. Get. Let's hope they don't shoot quiet all of a sudden.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Alright, the anti-air thing is down, so
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
one. One hit. Oh shit, more tanks. I missed.
Enemy detected.
2 hit. And now I die because this game is stupid. And I've got to restart the whole fucking thing.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Boss, reinforcements are approaching.
No, really?
Ready while you have the time. You have enough ammo. Now is your chance to stock up. Give the order from your iDroid.
Wait. My mines are already out there. There was a checkpoint? There was a halfway point?
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Please, supplies requested.
What the fuck?
Complete.
Hey, don't attack quiet though. Still.
Enemy presence.
That would be cringe.
Hold up, boss. You need to secure the area first.
Stop that.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
What exploded over there? What? Cease fire! Quiet, what'd you do?
He's coming too. Roger
Did you
that.
blow up a tank, Quiet?
Enemy to your left. Get to cover and watch the enemy.
What was that explosion?
There's more coming. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
You have arrived. Supply drop complete.
Ugh.
Enemy to your right. The enemy's almost finished. You can do this, boss.
Dude. I'm sick of this. One shot.
Boss, come in. Boss?
Boss, reinforcements are approaching. Get ready while you have the time.
I don't have time.
You have enough ammo. Now is your chance to stock up.
Quiet, cease cover.
Give the order from your iDroid.
You have arrived at destination.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Please select supplies
Quiet's
requested.
using yourself as a decoy. Draw the enemy away.
Quiet took super damage there.
Protect Quiet. You'll need to attract the enemy to you.
That's fine. As long as I get the all tanks extracted one. As long as I get that objective.
He's coming too. Roger that. Enemy to your left.
The map has been updated. You have arrived at destination.
There's more coming.
I'm dead.
Leave the rest to us.
Instantly.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Quiet. Cease cover.
Enemy to your right.
Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated.
I don't know how that knocked my camo down.
The enemy's almost finished. You can do this, boss.
Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated.
That's an enemy gunship. Airborne enemy approaching. Look out!
Destination. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Roger that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Whoa, whoa.
Boss, that's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. We'll need to treat it with first aid.
Supplies requested. Supply drop
Reinforcements. Almost done.
You will arrive at your destination. Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. Map has been updated.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Dude. Dude, they just don't stop. They just have infinite ammo.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
And they
updated.
see me despite the chicken hat and despite the fucking camo. Ugh. I can't even begin. Who's shooting me? Oh great, a mortar.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Is that all of them? Is that extracting all of them? Yes. Great.
Extraction arrived at Moscow.
Okay. Fucking go. Book it.
Head for the LZ. Another mechanized unit is approaching your area. Watch out.
Enemy
Don't let them
presence
find you.
detected. The map has been updated. Mission info has been updated.
They're all extracted.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Now to do it without Quiet taking damage.
Boss. Boss.
Vengeance was what drove me to that.
Skip.
Have the result.
Boring. What an obnoxious mission. %96. That's pretty good.
Please select a mission.
Okay, Quiet exit. Now to do it without her taking damage. Right. I think it'll be easier than it sounds. Because if I just do this. I am covered in blood.
Deploying.
All right. While this flies over to the mission area, I'll take another quick restroom break. I'll be right back.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites. The English strain, to be precise.
The third English pair.
Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed.
I knew it.
But Quiet chose not to speak. She told me the situation in Nene, Navajo. The only language to which the parasites do not react.
All right.
If you found out, she could not remain among you. And yet, she refused the Wolbachia treatment. Why? Because part of her still wanted revenge. Against you.
Revenge against the boss.
In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then, that sudden
Yeah,
mutation showed this
there definitely is no honk button.
as long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
And that's why she took off, sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free.
All right, she is not allowed to take damage.
him out.
Mission info.
Ouch.
She's back to her old self.
Whoa.
You have arrived in your destination.
Will that just go in a straight line? Yeah, almost a straight line. But you can lead it.
Supply drop complete.
What do you mean to my left?
Enemy cruiser detected.
Oh, right there.
Updated.
Yeah, let's send a rocket towards an individual soldier. That's obviously worthwhile.
Are you ready?
Supplies requested. Supply drop. Enemy cruiser detected.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't
Oh.
let them get close.
My bad.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Come on, boss. Secure the area first.
Oh, that's what that other explosion was that other time. It was them blowing up my car.
Supply drop complete.
You can do this, boss. That's an enemy gunship. Airborne enemy approaching. Look out!
on its side. Quiet, get away from me.
Detected. Not pursuing supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Why isn't it locking on? There we go. Yeah, that thing's down.
Detected.
Almost done.
You have arrived at your destination.
Oh, direct hit. Please, get for the love of God, get behind cover. Are you kidding me? I was full health.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Damn, there's more of them. Are you ready? If you have mines, boss, now's the time to plant them. Try to predict the enemy's route. Get cover fire. Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Where is it?
Supplies requested. Complete.
Crazy.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been destination. Enemy presence detected.
All right, that should have worked. I don't think she took damage.
Another mechanized unit is approaching your area. Watch out. Don't let them find you.
Well, she didn't take damage during that fight.
Mission info has been completed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Hmm. Yes! 5 out of 5. Nice. Phew.
Boss. Boss.
Boss. I don't care anymore. Get me on. Are we gonna go? Oh, do I have to do this?
Vengeance was what drove me to.
Vengeance. Wait a minute. I get it. Metal Gear Solid V for vengeance. No way. That's crazy. I get that reference. All right.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Let's
Please
see.
select a mission.
All right, so quiet exit done. Oh Jesus. Landed 20 or more shots on the man on fire. Holy shit. All right, I'm gonna do S rank too. This is like the longest mission in the fucking world. Ooh, okay. How the fuck do I do this? It's like you have to... Wait. Okay, so the guide, he took 2 hits. He did retry, but he killed people. He did go into reflex mode. Huh. Interesting. It only took 15 minutes. Okay. Interesting. So I can do this with reflex mode. And killing people and retrying it. And still get S rank. Yeah. Just skip. Just make it go by quicker.
Ακούεις με?
Yep, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
This is the worst mission to try and get all the things for. What's a cutscene and what
Look
isn't?
up, please.
I'm looking up.
How do you feel?
Like shit.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει.
Hmm. Holy cutscenes, dude. This is crazy. Hi, Quiet. Bye, Quiet. Oh, this isn't a cutscene? Oh.
Over here. Drug's not working. We're getting out of here. Move it.
This is the worst mission to grind. What's the mission task? Oh, I can't even check, but it's...
This way.
Why isn't he going forward? Oh, there we go. Wait, what?
This isn't gonna work. We better take the elevator.
I'm looking for...
What the hell is that?
I guess there isn't... I guess there isn't a thing that shows how to do these tasks.
You can do this.
No way.
Good, let's hurry. This way, hurry.
Oh.
Keep your head down.
Can I move now? Thank you.
Press the stance button to stand up.
I always fuck this part up.
Don't get caught in those searchlights. Here they come, hurry.
Steven 909, Steven 909.
Did 9. No way. I am so close to the platinum trophy. Run, he says. Run. Oh, wait, one more. Wait. No, this way. Authorized personnel only. Player solid 5. 46 mission tasks.
Come on.
Trademark. Damn. I want McDonald's.
Do you hear that? What's going on?
Get me some. Smile. Ugh, I can't tell what's a cutscene and what isn't in this mission. 'Cause everything is like cutscene-esque.
What is that happening out there? Does anybody know?
You got it. This isn't a cutscene? What the spruce? Oh, these guys take forever. Okay, so once I get to the lobby of this hospital, I need to...
Hey, he's over here.
Hey! You're gonna get me dead. Oh, he's dead. Which way? That way. Ugh, that happens every time.
We're sitting ducks. Blended with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and
Okay.
crawl.
Can you...
If you move, we're done for. Play dead.
Play dead. I'm playing dead. That's me. Dead mode. Not me. I never lost control. Okay, so I need to get 6 soldiers at the hospital entrance, and then after you clear the hospital lobby of the soldiers, take their automatic rifles and fill up on extra ammo from the others. When the man on fire shows up in the lobby, unleash 1 full clip on him, about 30 bullets, to score the objective. Okay, that should be easy. Yo, what up, Chrome? I am alarmingly close to platinum on this game.
Hold on. We better stop and treat that injury.
Yeah, that's how you fix broken legs. Just walk it off. Which way? This way. Come on, buddy. I'm following you, pal.
We'll have to take
We go this way. Let me in. Let me in. God damn you. Let me just crypt walk real quick. Sea walk. Shoot him. About time. Give me the gun. Skip the cutscene though.
How to shoot a gun?
Yeah, I know how to shoot a
Hold
gun.
down the aim button to aim. Then press the attack button to fire.
What's the attack button? Let him reload though. All right, you took too long.
Let's go.
Yeah. Damn, you got that word for word too. Fucking good shit. Alright. I gotta get headshots on all these guys. And also not be spotted or seen or anything. Whoops. Okay, I guess they don't have assault rifles, but they do have some machine guns. So that was not exactly 6 soldiers, so I've got to find the other... It's over here somewhere. I think that was 6. Yeah, because there's 2 guys in the hallway and 6 guys there. Just to be safe, though, I'm going to come up here. And I'm going to continue to look around. Right? Yeah, that's that. Alright. Reload. Let's leave. I'm just really making sure I land at least 20 shots on him, you know? I do not want to do this mission again. Ouch. Okay. That should be it. That should be not only S rank, but also both of the mission objectives. Should be. Heroism 1 out of 2. 2 out of 2. Nice. Let's fucking go. Let's just hope it's S rank now. Development requirements met. Raiden. Nice. What the fuck does that mean? I don't care. Skip. I mean, I do care, but it's just a cutscene. Oh, it's this shit. I didn't realize I could pause to stop and read this. That's good to know. Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater, Death of the Boss. The comatose Vulcan is transported to a research facility on the outskirts of Moscow. Code Talker begins his research on of the End's remains. Ava disappears. Last seen in Hawaii. Yeah. 1973 is also when Portable Ops takes place. 74 is Peace Walker. Are you winning, son? Boy, I sure hope so. Anyway, we all know what this is. And I'm skipping this as well.
What was it all for?
Because I think... Obtained key item, Grandmaster Certificate Standard. Cool. Okay. I'm also skipping all those cutscenes because I'm pretty sure you haven't beaten the game yet, AJ. It's gonna be spoilers. Okay, overall completion 96%. Cool. Database documentation. Grandmaster makes Raiden uniform available for development. Interesting. A uniform, huh?
Please specify a project.
Where? I want to see. What does it look like? Ah, right here. 2 hours. Damn. People still attack FOBs? I imagine. I imagine so. I know PF, like, some people are still attacking mine pretty much constantly. Yeah, like, I just won, is this attack or defense? I just won an attack against Chicken, and then it was a draw on defense. And then I won, no, it was a draw on offense and a victory on defense for that. And these were all today, the 6th. So yeah, people still do it. Yeah, it's probably an auto thing. I don't have PlayStation Online, so I don't know if I can be attacked without having PlayStation Online or PlayStation Plus.
Staff assigned.
So I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to like defend my own base against them or something. Okay. So now I just have 3 more missions. And it's Extreme, Code Talker. Sorry, yawning. Exhausted. And then Subsistence Occupation Forces Recommended Weapons Missile. And of course, Extreme Sahelanthropus. But let's do Code Talker.
Mission heading to Central Africa.
Extreme Code Talker. Kind of curious what the Raiden thing will be. Okay, let's see. Wormhole, cardboard box, night vision goggles. Fire supply, magazine. Yep. That all looks good. Commence at nighttime. Alright. I'm going for S rank. S rank first, and then mission task second.
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley.
Should be easy, because I did Code Talker just the other day.
Who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price.
But I just have 3 missions, and then that's it. I get the platinum trophy.
Out there, all right. Make contact with the target, Code Talker, and if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched.
Be careful down there, boss. Okay, pal. So wait, this is extreme. So these snipers up here are about to one-shot me. Let me up. Ugh. Awful. Posture check. How could this happen? Ugh. I gotta sit up.
No sign of the enemy.
What is
Judging
this?
from security in the area, I'd expect
Being
to see
healthy?
a patrol
Ugh.
by now.
Yuck.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about this.
I've got a bad feeling about this, kid. Thanks, Han Solo. Alright, we'll watch the cutscene. For no particular reason whatsoever. Yeah. Particular reason.
Is that? You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. If you can't can't mark them. There's no way to tell where they'll strike from next.
I'm dead.
Stay on your guard.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I've already failed. Because I got reflex mode and they spotted me immediately. Let me see. Hold on, let's look. War economy. What mission number is this? Don't renew. Extreme Code Talker. Alright, what? Is it possible to get this S rank? Okay, so he retries it, but he does get no kills, no reflex, no enemy combat alerts. So I've just gotten reflex and combat alert, so I do in fact have to reset already. Up, down, left, right, jiggle, jiggle, up in your face. What a fucking throwback.
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code
That's an
Talker.
old
According to the intel
inside
team
joke.
member you extracted, he knows what
Back to
the
elementary
epidemic
school.
is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker.
I wonder
And if the
if
treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
I'm supposed to take quiet on this mission. Actually, yeah. Who did this guy? Hello? Let me up the rock. Who did this guy use in oh, this guy used D-Horse for this mission. What the fuck? In the walkthrough. What a chump.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
Alright, so I have to do this without being seen. Or entering reflex mode.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about this.
How does... I bet I know how this guy gets through this section. I bet you he, Oh, I don't. Wait, he just completely avoids them. Wait.
Is that... Boss, it's the Skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this.
No, okay, hold on. He completely avoids them by going down the river. He avoids the cutscene, too. I didn't know you could do that.
You can replay this cutscene as many times as you need, Stephen.
Well... Unfortunately, it looks like to get S rank, I have to avoid the cutscene.
Make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted.
Alright, because this guy, he gets off the helicopter, he gets on the horse, and then he goes down the river.
Deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright?
Yes, I have a bad feeling about this.
Contact with the target.
Oh, then he does the cutscene. Oh, but he skips it.
Treatment
Okay.
requires it.
But either way, he still goes on the outer edge of the... What? What? Why? What happened there?
The map has been updated.
Okay, so he sees them. What? And then does he wait for the skulls to leave? To despawn? To give up? What? He just rides the horse through the jungle. What is happening? I don't understand.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now. Missed. I have a bad feeling about this.
Hey, a cutscene. I wonder what's gonna happen. I like how only one of them isn't wearing a shirt, and that's the one that the cutscene zooms in on.
Is that... Boss, it's the skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind us.
What the fuck do I do? What the fuck? I'm bringing quiet on this mission. Oh no! What are we gonna do? I'm gonna bring quiet on this mission, and I'm gonna fucking hide behind a rock.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Mission not accept. Mission accepted.
Arnar. Yeah, that's fine.
Deploying.
Oh no, we have to see that silly, goofy, super long cutscene again.
Is quiet single gulp.
Gulp? Nah, she's taken.
Boss, make contact with the old
She's
man
actually
known as
married.
Code Talker.
She's married to the
According
job.
intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find
Right,
him
quiet.
in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest.
She instantly looks over and gives me a death glare.
With Cypher's research, this information came at a heavy price. And you convince security on site it's gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright?
Alright, my only guess to
Contact with the target.
take them out is to either have Quiet do it for me or to call in supplies and have them land on their heads.
Please specify project.
Yeah, scout ahead.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
Buddy has infiltrated and the map
Yes.
has been
I have a
updated.
bad feeling about this.
I almost did it. Wait, hold on. Alright, now I can skip it.
Boss, it's the Skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this.
Alright, quiet. Can you help?
The map has been updated.
Alright, flashbang.
Fire at will.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Let's hope this works. Nope.
You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. If you can't mark them, there's no way to tell where they'll strike from next.
Yes. So that's how you be quiet the first time. But then the second time that you have to face quiet, it doesn't work. And you have to be really, really strategic about it.
Not good. Don't let your buddy die, Snake.
What the fuck? They killed Quiet.
Buddy, please select a drop point. Dispatch requested.
Quiet, you fucking bitch. You suck.
Buddy has arrived. The map has been updated.
Hey, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, can you do me a favor and scout out where the enemy is? Thanks. I've got two of them looking at me now. Okay. This is when I pull out the active decoy and I throw it. Shit, she's not taking the bait. Oh. This one did, though. Oh my god, do you see that? Do you see how little, damage that did? And that one apparently missed entirely. Ugh. I looked there too, remember? Yeah. Hits taken, dead, instant.
Boss!
Let's do this. I'm gonna change my outfit.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
Alright, Quiet, you suck. You're actually terrible. I'm gonna do Cyborg Ninja so that I can run really fast. Wait a minute, but then I don't get my rocket arm as a secondary weapon. Wait. That's stupid. Maybe I don't. I also don't get it with that either. Okay. What does the bandana do? Lowers occurrences of serious injury. Well, good news is that I... rocket arm. I forgot I had the rocket arm. Let me try that too. But also, do... what is it? Go into the mission with Dee Dee instead of Quiet. Because Quiet got fucking bodied. And on the flight over, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. So I'll be back in a moment.
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convince security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
The map has been updated.
You're that ninja. Dude, I've got a soundboard full of Snake sound effects. Don't be afraid to tell me if these are too loud, alright? Oh, it didn't work! Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to do some bullshit shenanigans to get this to work. Because unfortunately, sometimes the soundboard software doesn't load. You're that ninja. Wait. Mama. Okay. Let's see. You're that ninja. Discord notifications. How could this happen?
Whose footprints are these?
Yeah, there we go. Whose footprints? Okay. And then a classic. What was that noise?
Kept you waiting, huh?
Kept you waiting.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
Tasty.
Hasty. Okay, I forgot about the rocket hand. I can probably use that to take them out.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
Nanomachines.
Missed.
Second floor basement.
Bad feeling about this.
Behind D.
Is that? Boss, it's the skulls. Damn it.
Boss.
So Cypher is behind this.
Get her. I cannot believe that worked. Hold on, let me do it again. Then she didn't move. Hold on, stay right there, hon. Oh, she left.
You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet.
What? She saw me, and because I'm in this fucking thing, I can't get out of it. Okay, but it works. I don't know how she saw me. I'm behind a rock. Ugh, I hate this. Hold on, did this guy get...
Contact with the old man known as
Did this guy get it with
Code Talker.
retries?
According to the intel
He
team,
was able to
whoever
get it with no
you're
retries,
extracting,
but he also
knows what the epidemic
got no
is
kills
and
and
how
no
to treat
reflex,
it.
no combat
You'll
alert.
find him in a mansion
So if I get
deep in the valley
seen,
beyond the forest.
then I
He's a
fail.
high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact
Alright.
with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it,
You're the
extract him to our
ninja.
base.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. The map has been unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Be careful down there, boss.
Oops. If only quiet wasn't useless and just get absolutely bodied by these snipers.
Patrol by now.
Maybe then I'd have her come along with.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about this.
Never tell me the odds, kid.
Is that? Boss, it's the skulls. Damn
Boss.
it. So Cypher is behind this.
What? She's still there? But I shot her. Okay, now she's leaving. What? Where? Ugh. It's ridiculous.
Snake, talk to me.
I pressed the
Snake!
down button.
Snake!
I pressed down on the D-pad for it to go to restart mission, but... Nope.
Missed.
Nope. It did not. Because somehow, after the second time that I hit her with the rocket arm, she spotted me through the rock that I was hiding behind.
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker.
Because this game is
According to
perfect
the
and there's
intel
no
team
glitches or
you
bugs
extracted,
whatsoever.
He knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll Find him in a mansion deep in the valley.
Thank you, Fox
beyond the
Engine.
forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires
I mean, glitches and, errors in the code. That's what I meant. It could be worse. There could be spiders in the game. There could be moths. Don't say spiders. There's kind of moths in the game. There's butterflies.
no sign of the enemy. Judging
It's
from
still pretty
security
bad.
in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
Imagine DD had the ability to attack them. Attack the snipers. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that just be neat?
You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. You can't mark them. There's no way to tell where they'll strike from next. Stay on your guard.
Why are they called butterflies? I spread some on my toast and it tasted like shit.
My condolences. Flashbang. I don't know how she fucking spotted me instantly like that. Ugh. Dude, what do I do? Dude. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
No lethal weapon because, I'm going for S rank, and I need to get no kills.
You're pretty good. 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 You're pretty good.
Where the fuck are they?
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
I wish I could shoot them multiple times.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
That didn't hit, but it scared her away.
Pretty good.
Yeah, just spot me through the rock, why don't you?
Pretty good. You're pretty good.
Yeah, maybe. Where did I spot them? Oh my god, she's one hit away. Problem is the range. Are you kidding me? Come on, lady. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Yeah, she's just gonna see me through a rock. I just wanted it to scope in on her. Or to mark her with the triangle. Probably about
Marker
here.
placed. Marker removed. Supplies requested.
I missed.
Supply drop.
You're pretty good. Yeah. So there's reflex mode. Dude, how do I do this? That's just ridiculous. Yeah, instant spot, instant reflex mode, instant alert, instantly she shoots. You know, and since it's extreme difficulty, you know, you're one shot, one kill.
Boss, make
It's
contact
ridiculous.
with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price.
I wish I could just skip the fucking helicopter ride. This is ridiculous.
Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
The helicopter ride is the worst part of the game. By large and far.
Map has been updated.
Be careful down there, boss.
I gotta run a kilometer. They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
Fucking... What do I do?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Like, if I could just... Okay.
Is that... Boss, it's the skulls.
Boss.
Damn it.
It's the skulls.
So Cypher
Boss.
is behind this.
The walkthrough. The walkthrough has the guy on D horse, by the way, goes up and around this outer edge of the river. Activates the cutscene around here. Gets to over here without being spotted somehow while riding his horse at full speed, and then he cuts across to like right here. And then that's that. And then I don't know what he does from that point on. I stopped watching. But either way, it's fucking ridiculous. I wonder if it's the laser sight that's giving me away. Alright, I got a headshot on the bitch. There's a different sniper now spotting me. Okay.
You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. If you can't mark them, there's no way to tell where they'll strike from next. Stay on your guard.
I think if I'm at least behind this rock, DD can sniff out one or two of them at a time. Yeah, like that. The other one's up there somewhere. Just mark them, please. Spot them through the trees. Alright, now DD can't see any of them. What the fuck? Yeah, she's behind a rock. Also, I'm almost out of ammo. I can't even pick that up.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Alright, one out of 4. There's 4 of these guys, by the way. There's 4 of them. Hey! The game stole my ammo. It's falling through the ground. What the fuck? What the hell? How am I supposed to get that? Please don't be the sniper ammo that fell through the fucking ground. It's still going. How come I can see her laser, but I can't shoot her? Okay, I don't know who saw me, but they needed to stop. Alright, well, it despawned. I don't see any lasers, so that's good. I'm hoping that DD will spot one of them. DD found a medicinal plant. That's nice. Okay. That's the... I pressed the button to combat roll. And he fucking stood up. Ugh. Thanks, DD, for being in my way.
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker.
Code Talker,
According
right?
to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's
Oh,
a
I love
high-value
this.
target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information
Stretch.
comes at a heavy price.
Oh my god, crack my back like
And the
crazy.
security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, all right? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract
I gotta
him
get
from
somebody
our
to
base.
take like a sledgehammer and just absolutely destroy my back. You know? Just absolutely blow my back out. I tried to say that with a straight face. Without laughing.
No sign of the
I couldn't.
Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now. Missed. I have a bad feeling about this. Is that... Boss, it's the skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this. You see that?
If I can get behind this
Cypher
rock,
vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. You can't
pretty
work on it.
fast.
There's no
That's
way to
pretty
tell where
good.
to strike from next. Stay on your guard.
Alright, DD, where are they? Well, they can sure as shit see me. How come I can see this sniper, but they can't see me? Whoops. See, that's the combat roll button. Oh, I hit her. Nice. I just don't understand. Not only is there a tree branch in the way of her head, not her whole body, you know, I have line of sight to her shoulder and her abdomen, but there's no line of sight between heads. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try.
Make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley.
Alright, I've got a 10-minute timer going.
He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
I'll try.
The map has been updated.
Be careful down there, boss.
I don't know what the fuck to do. If there was like a much larger rock that I could hide behind, that'd be great. But there isn't.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd
Judging
expect
from
to
security
see
in the area, I
patrol
would have
by
thought they
now.
would have had a patrol.
Missed. I have a bad feeling about this. Is that? Boss, it's the Skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this. You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. If you can't mark them, there's no way to tell where they'll strike from next. Stay on your guard.
I'm following the laser back to where it leads to, but it's not like I can't see her. Also, Dee Dee, how come you can't spot this lady right here? Okay, I spotted her through the rock. Oh, I think she's out of range. Yeah, she is. Will that hit? Just underneath her. Wait, does that mean she can't see me then? Oh, it does. It does mean she can't see me. With this one can. stupid. She's gonna spot me. Hit her. And the second one ran away. Right in the face. All right, one. Okay. Oh, that went way too far away from me.
Requested. Supply drop complete.
Kept you waiting, huh? Nothing I can do. I don't think I can spot her. Okay. I can... It's way out of range, but I can fucking pray that that hits. I don't think it did.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Alright, there goes my suppressor. Ah, wait. I didn't know that that would happen. Alright, well, she's shooting at something. Imagine this hits, though. She moved, which means it landed near her. I'm scared. I don't know where she's going. There's three of them. There's three of them left. Alright. the 10-minute timer's done, which means I've succeeded in that ban in-game action. Somehow. Okay, here's another rock for me to hide behind. Okay.
Supplies requested. Supply
God.
drop complete.
Snake is a chump. He can't handle a little bit of smoke. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh shit, she's aiming right at where this is gonna land. Dude, she spotted me. What the fuck?
Sniper!
You, from right there. Dude, if that happened just a few seconds earlier. That's crazy. First of all, when I was sitting right here, her laser pointer was facing towards that way. What? You're coming up to meet me? Hello. That's stupid. I hate this. Oh, this is just the worst. How come sometimes they see me behind the rock and sometimes they don't? I was able to fire the rocket hand 4 other times while hiding behind a rock without being seen. But the 5th time, that's when they saw me. That's when they saw me through the rock.
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker.
This is
According
ridiculous.
to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find
is
him in a mansion
absurd.
in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, all right? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
Let me just double check with this fucking video. Yeah, so he does do retries, but he doesn't get kills, no reflex mode, and no enemy combat alerts. Okay. This is crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
They locked me in a room.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about this.
A rubber room.
Is that... Boss, it's the Skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this.
Snake, what are you doing to that rock?
You see that? The sniper vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. If you can't mark them, there's no way to tell where they'll strike from next. Stay on your guard.
Yeah. See? No actual line of sight, but yet she can see me just fine. So this one, the maximum that I can hit them is only one time, and I missed all 3 of those shots. I don't know why that second one just left and disappeared and relocated. That's strange. Ugh, dude. Why did she look over at the decoys, and then as soon as I aim at her, she then looks at me?
Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it.
It's ridiculous.
Find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convince security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, all right? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Be careful down there, boss.
The map has been updated.
I mean, there's no, like, super large rocks in the river. You know?
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
It's also not even a river.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about
It's a
this.
creek at most. Right? Let's do a quick observation here. Oh, there's a tiny flat rock, another tiny flat rock. Little sandbar. Yeah, no, there's nothing I can do. These rocks are my best bet.
Is that? Boss, it's the skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this.
I hit her twice. While she's moving, can I...
The sniper vanished into thin air.
Yeah.
Just like quiet.
Yeah, just like
Embargo,
quiet.
There's no way to tell where they'll strike from next. Stay on your guard.
Yeah. Huh? Alright, I got one hit. Alright, I don't see her. Here she is. Bitch. And I love that. got her before she went into fucking reflex mode. So that's nice.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Alright, I got her. Got one. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Where the fuck are they? I don't see any lasers. Oh, there we go. There's two. Whoa, what a fucking range distance. I don't know. I don't see him. Hey, DD, how come you don't tell me where they are? Huh? What's up with that? What's up with that, buddy? You're kind of lacking. DD, what are you doing in my laboratory? DD? I've got 7 bullets left until the suppressor wears out. You're pretty good. I love how they're ignoring those 2 decoys. Oh, fuck. That Or they shot that one instantly. It didn't even tell me where she is. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. They do something. I don't know where she is. One more time on that one sniper, and she's down. Luckily. Do they have like a cooldown on how often they can be spotted? Got her. Okay. Phew, I got one more bullet.
Supplies requested.
Okay, I think I'll be able to pick them up.
Supply drop complete.
As long as they don't fall and roll down the hill. Where the fuck is she? But is she behind a rock? Nope. She wasn't. Can she go somewhere that Dee Dee can spot her, please? Hey, look, that number, 606, that's 909, upside down. I don't know where they are, but I don't see their lasers, and Dee Dee isn't spotting them. I'm gonna move up to this rock. Dee Dee, do you spot them? Do you sniff? Dee Dee, you should spot them.
You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Kept you waiting, huh? Pretty good. Pretty good. You're 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 pretty good.
Dee Dee, what would happen if you could sniff them out for me? Hmm?
You're pretty good.
What would happen then? Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that just be like really awesome, even?
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. I think she's in the same exact spot. Dee Dee, get the fuck out of my way.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
What the fuck is 26 meters away from me? Oh, probably a rat.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Yep.
You're pretty good. 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 You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Okay, yeah, see me through rocks, why don't you?
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Seems like she can't see me through the tree, which is kind of interesting.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Alright, 3 out of 4 down.
Pretty good.
I have no idea where the last one is.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
But Dee Dee doesn't see her. I don't see her. I'm gonna crawl up to this cliffside.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Dee Dee found a medicinal plant.
You're pretty good.
That's nice.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Okay, that means that she's this way. $70 meters that way?
You're pretty good.
Oh. That you're pretty good. Found medicinal plant. Dude, I don't see a laser beam anywhere. And I'm getting close. Yep. Ah, all right, there she is. Full health. What? Come here. Fuck. Dee Dee, I really hope that you can fucking spot her right away. She could be anywhere. Thank you. Oh, she's on the move again. Whoops. Bitch. She's looking at me through the fucking wall. She's, I have a terrible feeling that she's gonna land right next to me. Dee Dee, where is she? Dee Dee. I don't see a laser beam. I saw the laser beam. Is that it? No. What? Alright, be my eyes. Direct hit. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I think one more rocket punch and that's that. Please, 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 please. What?
Don't tell me you took them all out.
Let's fucking go, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. What a pain in the cock in this. Whew. Nice. All right, now to continue on with the mission as if nothing ever happened.
Detected. The map has been updated.
As if that didn't just take an hour. And a half.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Development project has been added,
That's where you'll
huh?
find a target code talker.
Please specify project.
Gee, I wonder which one it is. Oh. Parasite, camouflage. Sneaking suit. What? Oh, all-weather survival and infiltration suit. Oh.
You have arrived at your destination.
All right. So now for the real other half of the mission. Anyway, I need to...
They're with
Analysis
the PS
complete.
Zero Risk Security.
Analysis
Looks like they're
complete.
protecting the target.
Analysis
You try
complete.
Alright, all these guys have helmets.
They might know the target's exact location.
Analysis complete.
And again, Rocket Hand is my best friend. Great. Okay, so they're still inside. However, they are within the range for them to hear when I bolt in these guys. So I wait for these to say 35 meters before I bolt in these guys. Or I can move these guys to be further away. Yep, they're good. Uh-oh, he's getting closer. Oof, just barely.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Oh, fuck, what the hell? What? Why is it out of range? What? It's 2 feet away. Why is it out of range? Big boss. Oh my god, it ran out of battery.
Is he okay?
I kid you not, it ran out of battery.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh, it might be 30 meters.
You gotta extract him.
Ship is Delta 6. Wat is een vreemde gelijk geworden. Er kan het uitchecken. Get him! Er is CFD begrepen. Dit is 80. Uit. Attack!
Get him!
Oh my god, I hit Dee Dee.
Not good.
Oh, fuck
Don't let
me.
your buddy die, Snake. I'm pulling him out of there.
Dude, he's 50 calibering Dee Dee right now.
Buddy departing area of operation. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
That's ridiculous.
Ship is Delta 6. Ik heb iets die moeite waard hier. Hoe moet ons voortgaan? Er is CFD begrepen. De staatssecuriteit is weer zwakker. Uit.
I mean,
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good.
He's coming too. Roger that.
You're pretty good.
You gotta extract him.
I forget where I'm supposed to go. I'm supposed to go down there. Alright, outpost captured. That was the last guy. Kept you waiting, huh?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Where the fuck am I going?
Sun will rise momentarily.
Excellent work, boss. They don't even know you're there. Keep it up.
Okay.
You've secured the target.
No
It's too
DD?
low to risk a Fulton extraction. Put Code Talker in the chopper and return to base.
Can I interrupt him though? No, I can't.
The dream of every ruler since the dawn of time. Teach them your enemy's words.
I can't throw him either.
Unleash them.
One of the mission tasks is to get him out without him taking damage. I know that much.
Who speak his tongue. He calls them his ethnic cleansers.
Ethnic cleansers. That's what Skullface is after. Then Inzoya Badiabulo was... Boss, he's gonna wipe every language besides English off the face of the earth.
Ironic, isn't it? They gave us language. And now
Science.
they take it away. It is thanks to them that man first learned to speak. But now, the hands of their clock turn back.
That's great.
They've been warped by the hands of man.
Did I get it? Yes.
Extraction arrived at
Okay,
North
I need
base.
DD.
Mission info. Please select a drop point. Dispatch requested.
I want DD. Oh, none of the enemies spawn in until I go out this door.
Buddy has arrived.
But he has arrived. All right, DD, start sniffing them out. DD, you're doing a terrible job. And there's a helicopter. Oh, DD, can you open that door for me?
Xavier, het is Julien. Bedreiging gewaar. Grote verliezing. Dat is weer begin. Beslist die oogje. Alles rüber. Das ist Xavier. Und wenn es rüber. Die Fußball ist eingehauen. Ihre Pferde. Enden. Alle hier. Mach ich nicht. Speed up.
Alright, Code Talker, let's go.
No sense rushing things now. Wait and see what their next move is.
You're pretty good. Ah, fuck, I wish it was nighttime. That took too long. Yeah. Dead bodies. Yeah. Victims of
The
experiments.
experiments. They were implanted without my is nothing I could have done.
Are the MIA intel team members buried there too? Bastards. They're gonna pay for this. Extract him.
I don't know where he is. Rocket through fine. Oh my god, I missed. Oh my. Didi, can you go get him? No, he's gonna wake that guy up.
Don't endanger the target like that. You have to bring him back here.
Pause. Shut the fuck up.
He's coming too. Roger that. You're not seriously leaving. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
Alright, cool.
Don't endanger the target like that.
Kaz, shut
You
up.
have to bring him back here.
I've got him. Don't worry. I've got the old man. Oh, I didn't even call that helicopter in. I shouldn't call it in. Because there's a tank over here. Maybe I do call
You gotta extract him.
Support helicopter requested.
Yeah, actually, I think it's a far enough distance that it's safe. Yeah, it's safe from the tank and from the,
Analysis complete.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. I hope so. Oh, yeah. He's coming in from the other direction.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Right? They're not even looking. Oh, yeah, we're fine.
On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Oh, but we're gonna fly right over them.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh, but they don't care. Okay.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Alright. Mission task 5 out of 6 total.
Amazing. Mission complete.
Nice. and
That
S
right
rank.
there is why you're the best, boss. The one
So, I have to do that mission one more time. The only difference being that I extract that tank that was at that bridge. That's the only thing I have left to do for that. And no one else will do. Whoa, loud noise. Resume. 97% completion. Nice. Five challenge tasks. Holy shit. Okay. Nice. Staff management.
Development project has been added. Staff assigned.
Development
Please
project
specify
added.
Project.
Whoa. Did you find some snipers? Ah, fucking patience. Extreme patience. Diddy was absolutely no help whatsoever. At all. And then I rocket punched all of them in the face. He was trying his best. I don't know about that one. Oh, stretch. Oh, crack my back. Oh. Still deserve a treat. Yeah, he gets some pets. Alright, so the only thing left for this mission is to extract the tank. But now I can use Loadout 2, and I can have infinite ammo. Loadout 2 has stealth camo. So now the sniper should be super easy. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted,
here she
he knows
comes.
what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value
Beyond the forest?
target
No
who's
way.
probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright? Make contact with the target, Code Talker. And if the treatment requires it, extract him to Mother Base.
Yep, so armored vehicle on the bridge. Alright, speed run time. Now, unless these snipers can see me while I have the camo, this should be very easy.
No sign of the enemy.
No
Judging
sign of
from
the enemy.
security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
Oh yeah, I got a pet Stan. Stan, come here. Stan. Stan. Come here.
Good. Good dog.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about this.
Is that? Boss, it's the skulls. Damn it.
Boss, it's the skulls.
Is
Boss.
behind this.
You see that?
She almost just ran into me.
Vanished into thin air. Just like quiet. If you can't mark them, there's no
If she
way
bumped
to
into
tell
me,
what
she would have
strike
gotten me
from
out of
next.
camo, and then I would have been seen
On
and
your
shot.
guard.
Oh my god, they're all around me. Dropping grenades. Okay, she's behind a rock. Behind a mountain, even. It's not a very tactical spot. You know? I'm gonna hide here. Get my camo up. Recharge my battery. Alright, that's 3. Alright, let it recharge and then I'll take this one out. Wait, I can, no, I can't. I was gonna say, I should do the rocket punch, but then she'll just run away and then she'll see me. Boss, that's incredible.
Can rest in peace now.
Boss, you're amazing. Yeah, something a little called stealth camo. Makes you invisible. Also infinite ammo and infinite suppressor. Run, run, run.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I'm not even gonna bother fighting all the guys. I don't think I really need to.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You're near the mansion.
Sure I am.
You'll find the target code
You
talker.
have arrived at your destination.
They're with the PF Zero Risk Security. Looks like they're protecting the target. Why don't you try interrogating them? They might know the target's exact location.
I actually will, because what if these guys are worth my time?
Analysis
Yeah, like this guy.
complete.
Let's see if this guy's worth my time. But they heard that.
He's coming too. Roger that.
It's 30 meters. Okay. Good to know.
You gotta extract him.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Cat was about to break something.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Excellent work,
I'm
boss.
gonna jump on my Lego
Know
shelf.
you're there. Keep it up.
I told him, hey, get away from that. Also, alright, well now he's sitting over by my door. He's staring at me. He might want to leave from my bedroom. Yep, he wanted out. See ya, Oiler.
You've secured the target, but he's too old to risk a full
Where's Dee Dee?
extraction. Put Code Talker in the chopper and return to base.
He claims they are the dream of every ruler since the dawn of time. Teach them your enemy's words. Then unleash them on his lands, destroying only those who speak his tongue. He calls them his ethnic cleansers.
Ethnic cleansers? That's what Skullface is
Duty, why'd you jump over the fence?
in Zoya, Badiavulo was... Boss, he's gonna wipe every language besides English off the face of the earth.
Ironic, isn't it? They gave us language.
Oh my god. Shut up, old man.
It is thanks to them that man first learned to speak. But
Just imagine if there was a trophy for breaking all the little candles along the way.
turn back. They've been warped.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Mission has been updated. Enemy
Oh wait,
presence
I'm invisible, but
detected.
Code Talker isn't.
Command has been support helicopter requested.
Every
They know you took out the skulls. They'll sense rushing things now. Wait and see what their next move is.
Come here, old man.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh, they can see me. Oh, I missed.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Oh, there's more. Where'd the other guy go? Oh, he's running. He's running. He's booking it.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. You're not seriously leaving him there.
I don't know what just happened. I think they shot Dee, but when I aimed at them, I told them to freeze.
He's
I
coming
robbed
too.
them.
Roger that.
I stuck them up. All right, good mission.
Mission info has been updated.
2 more missions.
Gaining altitude.
Oh, crack my knuckles.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
The map has been updated.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
All right. Mission complete, boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time, huh?
Good job, boss. Loading symbol. Loading. Loading. Cutscene. Old man. Skip. Loading. Loading. Cool. Alright, 97%.
Please specify a project.
Damn. Shit's gonna take forever. Oh, 17 minutes.
Please select
Alright,
a mission.
so 2 more. Let me just double, triple, quadruple, ultra check and make sure. Because I really want Sahelanthropus to be the last one. So S2655. I'm just gonna look at all these and make sure. Make sure I'm not missing any. Yep. Alright, cool. So, alright, subsistence, occupation, force. So, let's look for the mission that says occupation force. So, this one. Secured the deployment plans, eliminated the colonel, eliminated all tanks, extracted the colonel, extracted the prisoner being held at the village, extracted all tanks. What? Okay, and that's going to be subsistence, which means I have nobody. I have no weapons, no gear, no camo. Chicken hat, reflex mode, supply drops, buddy deployment, support helicopter talks, and support strikes are all unavailable. This is by large and far the worst of the worst of the
Heading to
missions.
Afghanistan.
God damn it. And I need to S rank. So I'm just going to try for S rank first. I'm going to try.
This mission has 2 objectives. Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakrai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Sakrai village.
Sun will
Oh,
rise.
and Ellie wants out of my bedroom, so I'll let her out too. Because the food is out there in the dining room. Alright, all weapons and all everything procure on site.
The map has been updated.
No buddy, no nothing. If I remember correctly...
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yeah, I can face these wolves. Alright, kick.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yep. Kick.
Analysis
Alright,
complete.
cool. 2
Enemy presence
soldiers.
detected. The map has been updated.
And it's daytime, so they're gonna spot me pretty easily. Oops, sorry, 3 soldiers.
Analysis complete.
Hey, no, you, no, you don't. Oh shit, there's another guy. I'm gonna check it out. Ugh, this is already a bust. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's... Mission 49. Let's see... So first of all, the guy's video for this mission, Subsistence Occupation Forces S rank, it's a 2-minute video. With, like, you know, of course, an incredibly long intro.
Search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
First of all, where does he deploy to? He deploys there, yeah, so that's good. Why is the bitrate dog shit? Alright, so he does it. No retries, no reflex. They do go into alert. He does kill people. Wait, oh, he doesn't do perfect stealth, but he does get no kills. Oh, okay.
Analysis complete.
And I guess there's 4 guys here, so I'm gonna keep looking. See if I can go up here. Can I go up here? Without him seeing me? I'd like to get up here without him seeing me, please. Thank you. Are you fucking me? Invisible wall. What the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you coming up here? Why are you coming up here? Where's your weapon? Oh, here it is. Way down here. Thanks.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Weather will clear shortly.
Weather will clear shortly. Isn't it already cleared right now? What's going through my head right now is that I could shoot them in the legs and injure them and have them like writhing in pain on the ground. That way that, you know, they don't die, but I go over and then I extract them. I don't really know.
Analysis
This is a pretty
complete.
fucking open area, which is obnoxious. Why is there something to the left over here?
arrived at Mother Base.
What's over here? Huh. Why does the map go over there? Interesting.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
Sure hope I did. Oop. Bonk the controller against the desk.
Analysis complete.
Alright, that guy's got a rocket launcher. Good. Ugh. Oh my god. So this guy's alone. This guy has no backup, no protection.
Don't move. Boss, get down.
Oh, fuck me.
The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright. While I fly in, restroom break.
This mission has two objectives. Eliminate the Colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort, and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakri village and search for the Colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Okay.
Be careful down there, boss.
This guy does the mission in 2 minutes, by the way. I don't think it's worth it to fight those guys. I'm just gonna
Enemy presence detected.
run past these wolves.
Map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
And now that I know that that guard walks over to the right side
You have arrived at your
of the
destination.
street, I'm just gonna be on the right side of the path. Off the get-go. Whoa. Hey, whoa, that's not cool. Hey. Where's Dum Dum? Oh, he's probably not here yet because I'm here way faster than I was last time. Where was that sniper?
Weather will clear shortly. Analysis
Asshole.
complete. Analysis complete.
Okay, 3 guys.
Analysis complete.
Who and where?
Analysis complete.
Through the building. We love the Fox engine, where I can see people through walls. Where's the guy in the road? Oh, there he is. Oh, it's a rat. God damn it. I got.
Boss, get down.
Yeah, I'm getting
Enemy
down.
sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Meow. Jesus Christ, Ellie. Oh, I can't disable it. Woof.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
There he is. There's my guy. "12 meters. Is this a person or is this... It's a rat. Alright.
Development complete.
Development complete for the Raiden outfit. Nice. I kind of want these flowers. I kind of need them, actually. I was like, is that a real man or is that a decoy? That was, in fact, a real man.
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
41 meters away and he saw me. Alright, so that guy's gonna hear this happen. That's
You gotta
fine.
extract him. Subject on
That.
board. Leave the rest to us.
Shit. Dilly peas. Alright, so alright, first of all, there's somebody nearby here. Yeah, there's somebody right here that I can't see because he's underneath me. There's another guy below me now. Oh my god. I think... Hold on. I'm turning the music down for myself so that I can hear the game better. I think what I need to do is get the sniper first. Or, you know, soon. That was tactical, alright. Everything about that was tactical.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Yeah, he's coming. I'm gonna hide back here for just a moment. I'm gonna hit one of these. Let's see, 6 meters. Alright, Mr. 21 meters here is in fact an enemy. Situation. Fuck. That was very tactical, if you ask me. Everything about that screamed stealth.
You gotta extract him.
I need this sniper guy to not be there.
You have arrived at your destination.
I may have arrived at my destination. However, actually, the music is now off for me so that I can hear.
been
A
updated.
Soviet tank. If you could steal that, nothing could stop you. Then make a wrong move, and it'll chew you up. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
They're above me. They're in the room above me. I don't know where this guy's going. Oh, but there's two of them. And they're together. I can't sonar punch because the guys above me are gonna spot me. Or they're gonna hear me. I don't think they're worth my time to chase. I no longer think that there are people inside this room.
Intel file obtained.
Okay.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, that document you just got is the deployment plans for the Smasi Fort reinforcements. According to the plans, Colonel is supposed to join up with a tank unit at Waksin Barracks and then proceed to Smasi Fort. Those tanks being on the move doesn't make things easy. Hurry, boss. I've sent the tank unit's route to your iDroid.
So these guys have a rocket launcher. One of them does. They don't care. Oh my god, they don't care.
Caution. Sandstorm approaching.
Sandstorm approaching is great news. Actually, the best news I've ever gotten. Got one killer bee. Sandstorm approaching. That's really good because I can just sort of walk over and get them. And all of a sudden I now have 6 ammo for my rocket launcher. And I think that's good news.
Okay, subject is in.
I think that's good. I like how I have 6 rocket launcher. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm alive. But I just fucked myself. Oh, it's a sandstorm. You're not supposed to see me. Who invented this game? Ugh. It's a sandstorm. They aren't supposed to see you through a sandstorm. At all. Not until you're 2 feet behind them. Oh my god. Alright, well, alright. First off, those tanks came from the left. They came from the left of the map. So, why did they come from the left of the map?
And stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
What if I just go over here and get them? What if I just stand still and do nothing?
Be careful down there, boss.
I'm gonna go the wolf route. And then book a left.
Enemy presence detected.
I just fucking Dark Soul combat roll avoided them. That was awesome. Alright, the tanks came from down this road, so if I just go down this road, I'll meet up with the tanks. And I'll extract them.
Boss, that colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakai village. Where are you going?
I'm going the other way. Yeah, you can. Yeah, they're right here. Yeah, they won't see me.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
Oh, sorry, they decided to run me over. Oh. Okay. Yeah, shoot me, yeah.
Boss, come in. Boss? Boss!
So he stopped for 1 second, but then he continued driving. It's that 1 second. I guess I should have tried to Fulton him from the side, not the front. That's on me.
This mission has 2 objectives. Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Okay. Try again.
Be careful down there, boss.
detected. The map has been updated.
He won't see me. He saw me. Asshole.
This mission has two objectives. Eliminate the Colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the Colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Be careful down there, boss.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
You won't see me. Speed run.
Boss, that Colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakai village. Where are you going?
Speed run. That's where, Kaz. Speed run.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Now that's some lateral thinking. Target extraction confirmed. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Hey, wait up.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
I just want to show what happens in the video. Right? He jumps out. He gets it. He gets this next one. But then it stops. For him, the tank stops. It stops for him, but not for me. So I just want to show that happens. Because why would the tank stop for me? You know? Why would it do that? Silly me, you know? Why? Why would I think that it would be the same?
This mission has two objectives.
No way.
Eliminate the Colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the Colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
I wonder what the actual mission area size is. Ooh, excuse me. And once I extract the tank unit, like, am I able to go back to the village and then get that prisoner? Oh my god, I've got hiccups.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Boss, that colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakai village. Where are you going?
Speedrun. That's where, Kaz. You fucking ignoramus.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Now that's some lateral
Oh,
thinking.
fuck me, man. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Because despite me holding triangle the entire window of time, it's not going to do it.
This mission has two objectives.
Oh my god.
Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Be careful down there, boss.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
Hi, back.
updated.
I'm Steven. I fucking got you. Boo! Throws tomatoes. Dude, Snake can fucking book it, man. He'll run a kilometer without fucking breathing.
Boss, that colonel is supposed to be
Dude,
stationed
she's a
in
fucking
Sakai village.
machine.
Where are you going?
Dying, that's where. I'm dead. They spotted me faster than they should have. They spotted me way faster than they should have.
This This mission has two objectives. Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
I love this game. I love this game. I love this game. I love this game. After this mission, though, I will have one more mission. I've decided that I'm going to do the Sahelanthropus fight in the Raiden outfit. I think that'll be cool. I think that'll be fun.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Run.
Boss, that colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakai village. Where are you
Run.
going?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence
Now that's some lateral
detected.
thinking.
The map has been
Target
updated.
extraction confirmed.
Oh my god, it fucking one-shot me.
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
What the hell? Oh god. Let's keep in mind. This video is what is supposed to happen. You pick it up on the left. You pick it up in the front. You run away. And then the tank stops. The tank stops. And it parks. And you can fucking Fulton it away. That is what is supposed to happen. Why do you have the captions turned
This
on?
mission has two objectives. Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank
Very
unit.
funny.
Your first move should be to head to Sakai village and search for the colonel and his deployment plans.
Because they're so bad, they're funny. Yeah, good point, good point. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Enemy
Headbutt a
presence
wolf.
detected. The map has been updated.
please. I beg of this game to just let me win. Let me get it. Boss, the guy is supposed to be at Waxin Barracks.
Boss, that colonel is supposed to be stationed
Soccer
in
E Village,
Sakai
that's what I meant.
Where are you going?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Now that's some lateral thinking. Target extraction confirmed. Subject on board. The rest of us.
Okay, and then it stops, right? And then it parks, right? That's what it does? Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah.
Snake, talk to
Yep.
me.
Yep.
Snake.
Yep. Yep.
This mission has two objectives. Eliminate the colonel scheduled to take up a post at Smasi Fort. Stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakai Village and search for the colonel.
Surely
and
the
his
tank will
deployment
actually
plan.
stop and park, right? Surely that'll happen.
Arrives momentarily.
You know, that'll happen. It would happen in the video. That means it'll happen, right? That's what I think. Surely. Make sure to headbutt the dog. I missed. It'll probably chase me a lot the entire time now. It'll chase me all the way to the tanks. Look at that line. What a good line. Cutting corners.
Boss, that colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakai Village. Where are you going?
Okay. I'm gonna try doing it a little bit back here.
Enemy presence detected.
Right.
The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has
That's
been
some lateral
updated.
thinking. Target extraction
And he
confirmed.
runs back here. Shoots. Okay, didn't shoot.
He's coming too. Roger that.
What? Ah, come on. You missed. Come on. How come this tank just keeps driving?
Snake, talk to me. Snake. Snake.
It... Right? Extract. Extract right away. And even from the front, even. Right? The tank shoots. The tank shoots that pile of rocks. And he runs right up to it and extracts it. I don't get it. I do not understand.
This mission has 2 objectives. Eliminate the Colonel's schedule to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakrai village. and
Different
search for
80s
the Colonel
playlist
and
now,
his
by the way.
deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Okay, this is the run. This is it. I'll get it this time.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Surely.
Boss, that Colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakrai village. Where are you going?
I'm going towards the real objective. Alright. So then he hides in these bushes. Right? Let's go back. Let's get notes. Comes over. Oh, sorry. Comes over. Here's the fence. Hides in the bushes. And then only exposes himself when it's about 10 feet away. Okay. Maybe that's what I do now. Next.
Detected. The map has been updated.
10 feet away. Hello, triangle button. Fuck me, man. Alright, that tank is even reversing.
Now that's some lateral thinking. Target extraction confirmed.
Nope.
You gonna extract him?
Nope. Fuck me. Hey, are you gonna park? Hey, are you gonna stop? Here's the new strategy. Run so far ahead. Nope. Dude, I don't fucking understand. The time? No. The time wouldn't have anything to do with it. The time of day? No. Because the 3 vehicles are all traveling at you know, the same time, the same spacing. No, this mission is subsistence mode, so all the weapons are procure on site.
Eliminate the Colonel's schedule to take up
There's no buddy, there's no reflex mode, there's no weapons, there's no rocket arm, there's no bandana, there's no armor, there's no camouflage.
Sun will rise momentarily.
You spawn in the default outfit, olive drab. The default olive drab, and no weapons, no items, just your arm, no guns. I figured maybe I would save time if I don't dolphin dive into the dogs, but I do not save time. I lose time. Ugh. I thought, hey, maybe, what if I just ignore the dogs entirely? Start with the last tank? No, because then the first two would just keep driving away.
This mission has 2 objectives.
Right.
Eliminate the Colonel's schedule to take up a post at Smasi Fort and stop the deployment of his tank unit. Your first move should be to head to Sakrai village and search for the Colonel and his deployment plans.
Sun will rise momentarily.
So he calls in the helicopter. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Yeah, the third and final tank is like an entire truck length away from the first two. I wonder if that tank stops and slows down because my helicopter comes in and it starts, like, it gets distracted by it or something, or my helicopter starts shooting at it.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I am running.
Boss, that Colonel is supposed to be stationed in Sakrai village. Where are you going? Roger.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Gets the first one. Wow, look how close that third tank is. Look at that. Look at that, and it still didn't let me fucking kidnap it.
Roger that.
Hey. 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 I'm hoping that my helicopter will come over and start shooting at it. Random. Completely random. We take that, we take that, we take that. Fucking get out of here, dude. Random. Fucking just randomly stops in the road. The helicopter wasn't even here yet, and it's actually still not here. There it is. So that helicopter had nothing to do with it. Get in the fucking helicopter.
Gaining altitude.
Wait. Wait, it counted me extracting the prisoner? Many attempts ago? Wait, that can't be right.
Extraction arrived at
That can't be right at all.
Amazing. Mission complete.
S rank, great. That can't be right. If it is, that's amazing, and I don't have to do that mission again. But I don't think that's right. 98%.
Please select
Oh my
a
god,
mission.
it did! Despite me extracting that prisoner many attempts ago, and I didn't even do it in that run, it counted. Oh, interesting. Alright, hey, one more mission. Last mission. That's great. And then I get the platinum trophy.
Staff assigned.
Yes, so this one last
Please
mission
select a mission.
is when I get it. Extreme difficulty, Sahelanthropus. The fucking big boss fight of the game. Look how absolutely covered in blood I am. The kid is not my son. Oh, whoops. Wrong loadout. What if I bring a tank with me to make this go by even faster? Alright, Raiden outfit. See what it looks like. Oh, it's from Metal Gear Rising. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Dude, that looks sick. You're that ninja. Oh yeah, that's that ninja, alright. Okay, so actually go back. For
Please select a mission.
how do you fucking pronounce this? Sahelanthropus. There's 3 mission tasks. Where? Right here. Destroy Sahelanthropus. Destroy the head. Successfully hit the floating boy with an attack. Okay.
Please select a mission.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Come on. Alright, if I spawn in with a tank, I can get this done very fast. But this is extreme difficulty, so I will probably take damage and die immediately. Dr. Huey Emmerich.
Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
Oh my god, it's another one of him. Psycho Mantis.
Recovered control. Ascending.
Hey, Snake.
Second floor basement.
With Eli.
Volgan. Dude, I'm gonna run so fast.
Wait!
Hold on, he's gonna say the line.
Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who?
Who? Damn, they have terrible aim. Play-Doh. The door's stuck, man. Door's stuck. I haven't played Revengeance yet, actually, now that I think about it. Quick, there's the kid. Shoot him. He's just floating there. Dude, Kojima had made this robot have a dick. Just straight up. Just blatantly. It just has a penis.
PRF anomaly. Quick wing is outbound. Departing the AO for now. All units, move in!
Just picks it up like the Hulk picks up Loki and just slams him. Yeah, Raiden is just that strong. Obviously. I like how the sword was, you know, flaccid for a moment there, and then immediately just straightens it out. Does that make sense? Behind D. We tried. Where's my tank?
Cypher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future.
Future.
Major, I'm burning up!
Boss, get out of there!
My name's not Boss. I'm riding. Riding away in this Jeep.
If the world finds out about Sahelanthropus, Skullface will have won. His plans will become reality. He won't even need to use nukes. That thing's mere existence would be enough to enslave humanity to the fear of nuclear Armageddon. It would tear the world apart. Boss!
Riding.
It's after you.
Oh shit.
You need to stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
Run.
Stop Sahelanthropus. Destroy that thing.
Holy shit. Wait.
Rally
I'm
Diamond
fucking
Dogs and
fast.
provide backup.
Oh god, that's a rock. I'm like that guy from X-Man's. Pow, 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 pow. Run. Hey, where's my tank, by the way, that I brought with me? Whoops. Drive. I can't see. Drive. Hey, there's my tank. Hey, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Whoops. Oh my god, this fucking turning is awful. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I'm dead. I outrun bullets. I'm riding. I'm dead.
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Let me look over here. Does this guy get S rank with skips or retries? Yes, he does get S rank with retries, but he also gets no reflex and no combat alerts, and no kills. So you can, in fact, restart from checkpoint. And you also get a 5,000 bonus if you destroy the head. I can destroy head. Ouch. Get the fuck. Go drive forward, please. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how to do the aiming. Oh, I can drive way over here. Wait a minute. Oh, hi there. Alright, well that's that done. Oh, no, sorry, not cease cover. Oh, I thought that would have reset. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where'd he go? Wait a minute, it painted it, in this mission, it's painted black. Oh, that's awesome. It's all stealthy. I'm dead. I hate the camera. Switching cameras. I missed. Bad angle. Oh my god, it missed. Metallic Archaea is about to fuck me in the ass. Go Gadget, run. Go Gadget, speed. I don't know if that was destroying the head or not. Also, where's the kid?
It's coming after hours. Take it out.
Where'd he go? Oh, up there. Quiet, get out of there. Mission task 1 out of 3. Alright, I destroyed the head. I don't know where the kid is. Oh, quiet, get out of there. Oh my god, it one-shot me.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake? Snake!
Well, I shouldn't say that it one-shot me. 1, it was the railgun. 2, we're on extreme mode. I mean, like, like, the charge-up time for that railgun shot was, like, non-existent. Like, that was instant. He's right behind me. Oh, I am super stuck. Look at that. Oh no. I can't see through the fucking smoke. Dude, I got no shots in on him. Fuck me. Nice work. Alright, that's the head destroyed. Right? I don't know. Maybe not. There's just a really strange explosion in the head region. Oh my god, you got a skull mark. Yeah, quiet, get him. Stop moving, stop moving. Reload, run. Camera shake. I missed because I was stupid. That's a direct hit. That's a miss. Oh, come on, get him. Oh my god, why can't I move? And the vehicle is rusty. Where am I? Please run. Your sledgehammer. I wasn't trying to hide, but I was trying to regen health. Where is he? Alright, spend the whole time running.
Nearly there, boss.
I don't know about getting the hit on the floating kid on Psycho Mantis, but I don't know where the kid is. Hey, what are you standing on? There he is. Got the kid. Ride and run. Go, go, gadget, feet. Hey, kid. Ow. Hold on, let me reload.
Requested. Supply drop complete.
It's only one hit away. Oh! Oh my god, I run right through those, and I didn't pick up the ammo for some reason. Oh! He blew himself up. Psycho Mantis. What a fight. Good job, Raiden.
Snake!
Snake!
Let's see Skullface.
That's not your voice. Hey, trophy.
Development project has been added.
Legend. Trophy earned platinum trophy.
That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Fuck yeah. S rank. Look at that. Platinum trophy emote. Fuck yeah. Rewards. Obtained key item. Grandmaster Certificate Elite. Master Certificate Elite. Skip. Is it going to say 100% completion in the bottom left? Let's fucking go!
Development project has been added.
Nice. Staff Management 1. Who's the new guy? Who knows? Database. Key items. Nice.
Please specify
What do I
project.
get? What do I get? Bionic arm. Silver. Naked silver. Nice. Alright. Well, hey, that's fucking awesome. That is Metal Gear Solid 5 done, dude. At the, and I quote, in the bottom right, it'll say it, 638 hour mark of playing this game. over the years. Nice. All trophies. Progress 100%, 43 out of 43. It records a clip. That's funny. All right. Well, hey. Good shit. That is a... Whose gloves are these? That is a good 8-hour stream. That is a good footnote. Thank you all for who have stopped by and watched and lurked and chat and all that good. Let's see. Next stream will be tomorrow. And it will be... What game is after 5, chronologically? I forget. What game is it? Oh, Metal Gear 1. But Metal Gear 1 doesn't have trophies for the PlayStation 3. So the next game is actually Metal Gear 2. Oh, no, wait. No, sorry. Metal Gear Solid 2. Sons of Liberty. On the PS3, so oh, and then Metal Gear Solid 4, and then Rising Revengeance. Alright, well, good shit.